This is a clouds weather alert.
Good Thursday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, giving you the latest on severe thunderstorm action here, moving into the northern part of the viewing area here at this moment. So you can see all that red on the Doppler radar. You see the yellow boxes, you see a red box and a purple box. Now, the red and purple, if those were in our area, would have to be on here, giving you the latest. And so currently out of the region. Tornado warning activity hasn't made it into the region here at this point, so at least that's a little bit of good news here as we're looking at things. But I definitely have to watch for that potential. As you might have seen here as we were coming on, that yellow zone that's shaded on in, that's a tornado watch that's now in play until 9 o'clock. Look how warm it is here toward our area compared to those areas toward the north. They're rain cooled to the north, sure, but we're talking about a situation where there's a pretty big contrast, and we just have quite a bit of instability available for these storms here to be able to really be in terms of those parameters be a little bit stronger. So again, gotta watch for that here. Let me go ahead and go on over to what we're looking at here, and that would be the Doppler technology zoomed on in that would help you guys out. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning getting further down now in our area, but further north, severe thunderstorm warning at 2:30 for northeastern Turner and Ben Hill counties. And then one now that includes areas further south there, southern side of Fitzgerald and Osceola. That goes until 3 o'clock, Irwin and southern Ben Hill counties. So we're going to keep on tracking things. We're going to go ahead and also look here, far northeastern Coffee County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:30. So watching there for the potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So we're just going to have to continue to track that. I know further over 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail there. So that's kind of the storyline right now as we're tracking things. Again, I know we've had warnings further north. They're out of the area. Some confirmed tornadic activity even further up in Georgia today. So that's definitely a storyline that we'll have to see if it continues to evolve more into our area or not. You can see all the different alerts. I'll take off the special weather statement information since that's not going to loop around. But you see we had quite a few tornado warnings north of the area. Again, none in our area yet, but that could change here in an instant. So just have to be really careful there. I know watching earlier, going to now. I know Toombs County, it's a radar indicated tornado now, even though that's a purple box on the screen. We'll look over there real quick to see. I know it's kind of hard to get a good look at some of that. Let's see, it's a Robbins radar for that, but Charleston for the eastern box. Looks pretty weak right now, the rotation, but it's kind of a tricky setup. I know we're not used to storms tracking the way they're tracking today in our area out of South Georgia and Central Georgia for that matter. I know you can kind of see here the accent, and a lot of it's going more north to south. I mean, there's an easterly component to it for sure, but it's just kind of an odd movement here for our area. Again, you see the tornado watch in yellow. That's the shaded zone. That's for many areas until 9 o'clock tonight. So, again, we just have to be watching here for the potential for this activity in and close to the watch area. I know your tornado risk in the yellow there. And then I'll say the overall risk, which is a 3 out of 5 today for South Georgia, a 2 out of 5 as we're getting more into North Florida. So that's more for the wind, the 2 out of 5. Here in North Florida, 3 out of 5 in Georgia, the tornado, 2 out of 5 in Georgia, 1 out of 5 in Florida. And tomorrow there's going to be another risk of severe weather coming into play. We've got multiple rounds of severe weather on that Friday, so things heating up. I mean, temperature-wise they have been, but also just in terms of severe weather potential here in general or the local area. It's been kind of quiet lately here, but unfortunately things picking up. You can see our tornado parameters. They're kind of picking up there toward like southwest Georgia, so we'll have to just see if we get activity there between that and then the instability. Things could really be taken advantage of here in terms of, 4,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE. That's kind of the concern there when this axis there moves out of, maybe you could call west central Georgia into towards southwest Georgia. It could start to intensify and be more problematic for our viewers up there. That's why there's a tornado watch, even if there's no warning to the north directly right now. We could have some of that accent kind of spread on in here over the next little bit. So, again, we're just going to keep watching things. We're going to keep tracking them here as we try to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your families. So, again, no tornado warnings right now in the local area. The severe thunderstorm warnings, though, let's kind of recap those. So let's go ahead and zoom on in. I know we're going to have to be careful not to try to use the Moody radar today because it's down right now. As we have to use right now the radar way up there in central Georgia, up near Warner Robins for some of our northern counties. It'll be the closest. So we have our warning there for parts of Ben Hill and Turner until 2:30, talking about areas like Fitzgerald, Rebecca, Louisville, Bowens Mill, Red Bluff, Queensland, Aston, and Amboy. And then as we look down toward Ocilla, this is a warning till 3 o'clock, including Fitzgerald, Ocilla, Mystic, Irwinville. You have the Fitzgerald Airport, Irwinville Airport. You have Aston. Kind of giving you guys the idea there. And then this warning, this is barely included. It's a really small sliver of our area. In Coffee County, that warning until about 2:30. This is with the Jacksonville, Florida office. So if you look here, there's Jacksonville, Georgia. It's not quite in their area, but they were talking about it in a statement there. Kind of interesting to see that. It's our covered map. This is where we're on for any tornado warning storm within the 62 counties. So that's why we weren't on for some of the accent earlier, like maybe up toward Crisp County and the like. Not quite in our area. We haven't had any tornado warnings in our area yet, but very well could get those here as the afternoon progresses. So you got to keep it tuned to Clouds Weather for the latest. Just stay tuned for the latest updates. And now there is a little bit of weak rotation on here. I know it's tricky. It looks like we have pretty tight areas, but the wind pattern is kind of tricky today with this west to east movement, so it might be a little bit harder to detect something unless it really pops out at us. So you gotta be kind of careful. In some ways, you want to maybe treat some of these severe thunderstorm warnings as if they are tornado warnings, just because it's going to be kind of hard to actually detect anything based on the overall angle. We're kind of far on the radar because the Moody radar is down, and then we're already looking at things. It's a different angle here with how these are moving. This is pretty unusual, again, to have the west to east type of line going south here. It's kind of going southeast, but still not normal for our area here as we're tracking things. To get this type of overall pattern and the flow. But again, it's also late for severe weather to have this in May like this with a tornado threat around outside of a tropical system. We did have one, I think it was June last year, though. When I say one, there were like multiple days. But that was even a crazier pattern. But let's go ahead and look real quick up toward Iowa. I know that's really kind of rogue here in terms of our cover, but I know it doesn't look like much, but there's actually a tornado on the ground there right now, probably like a land spat or something. So it just caught my attention in our system. That's up there toward like Floyd County in Iowa. I mentioned that real quick. A tornado, at least probably more of a land spat. I know it's causing a tornado, but that looked like a really weak environment there. So that's kind of the storyline right now as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the overall situation. I know. I'll go ahead and say here on our other mode if we can. Let me go ahead and go to our other mode. You can see that orange area, but I know you have a green area that's dark, that's marginal, that goes all the way up toward like there is in the mid-Atlantic and even Ohio and Indiana. And then you have that thunderstorm risk. We have that tornado warning up there that I mentioned in Iowa, but then in Texas here, you have parts of that state under an enhanced risk of severe weather today. I'm going to have to watch things out there. And that goes all the way out. This is, again, unusual to have this type of setup. Here normally it's more west to east in terms of the movement of the storms, not north to south like this. But, again, just going to keep looking here at things. We do have that tornado warning outside of the area in Candler, Evans, and Tattanall counties there. That's as a 208 storm that's capable of producing a tornado that's located west of Collins, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Reedsville, Claxton, Hagen, Collins, Cobbtown, Belleville, Manassas under that warning, and that could be a rain wrap tornado according to the Weather Service in Charleston there. So that's something to definitely keep an eye on. Definitely something to keep an eye on here as the situation progresses. Again, just going to keep looking at things here. Since we don't have any local tornado warnings, I know we're at 222 right now. We're going to be continuing to monitor things. I think we'll go ahead and just go a little past 2:30 and then take a break in the coverage unless we get a local tornado warning. So let's kind of do it like that since we're kind of in that mode. We're going to do at least half-hour updates right now. So let's just do it like that. We'll go to just past 2:30 and then we'll take a break here for the time being. I see there's a gust that's been reported in Ben Hill County, 1 mile northeast of Fitzgerald Airport, to about 43 miles an hour. So definitely some stronger winds. That's not really too crazy though. Maybe we'll get lucky here in this pattern. And again, this is an unusual one, so maybe things will underachieve here, the outlook. But we're far period away from knowing if that's going to be the case. And then there's going to be more rounds as we look ahead in the timeline. So you see all the instability, that energy, that can be a problem for us. I know. I'm going to be looking at things here and just tracking the overall situation here as it develops today, as it develops tomorrow, and we'll just be here for you. But let me go ahead and real quick say that risk for tomorrow, other system. I know we have the current warnings up there, but you see that's our risk for tomorrow. So it's going to be one that continues for us. We're going to have more rounds of severe weather. This round will eventually fall apart. It'll take a while, but eventually it will fall apart on us, and then we'll be waiting for regeneration, the activity here. Now that activity, I know this is coming from the north. We could have some activity coming from the west here very early tomorrow morning, for what it's worth. So it's something to kind of keep our eyes on here, something to kind of monitor. We're just going to keep looking, keep tracking here. I know when I say it's going to be coming from the west, it's a little bit tricky in that, I mean, it'll be from the northwest, but this is a little bit more north to south than this orientation than what we're generally used to. That'll be a little bit more west to east in some ways, but then we might get another round that kind of develops in there too. So, and that movement, some of the modeling has it a little bit more north to south, but again, that's going to be kind of hard to pick out. But in the model, just far out to know exactly how things will flow there. But you can get a general idea. Again, let's go ahead and keep looking at things here. I know, just trying to give you the latest. Let me go ahead and zoom back on over here. It looks like some rotation right near Jacksonville, Georgia. But I know it shows up on our system, and we have this. This looks like rotation to me here. It's just hard to say if they want to issue a warning or any of this, because this is not the exact setup for tornadoes, really, with the way these storms are right now. I mean, but you can get quick spin ups, so it's kind of going to be a tricky situation to figure out, because we're not used to use radar. So the way it works with the radar, I mean, when you have storm relatives about the motion of the storms, but if the storms are kind of moving in a weird direction that you're not used to from the radar side, and you haven't used a different radar for that matter, it's going to make it hard to know exactly what's going on here today. So again, I know we have some stronger storms out toward the west here. Let's see if there's any advisories on these. Okay, there's an advisory for the one around Ashburn there, but that wind pattern is going to be so hard to figure out here. I know this is tough here, issuing warnings in this type of setup today to know. I mean, we very well could get damage reports outside of the warnings, and maybe you don't get too much into warnings. I mean, it's just going to be something that we're not sure exactly how things are going to go. I mean, we just know the parameters are there, and the storms look heavy on radar, and there is wind aloft, so you got to suspect, based on some history and reports of tornadic and wind issues earlier on, that this stuff's going to get down to the surface in some cases. So again, I'm going to keep looking at things. I mean, That looks like pretty strong rotation, but it's the angle of things are hidden and the distance from the radar. I don't have a lot of confidence saying that. Like sometimes we would here, sometimes we would have more confidence. So again, let me take some things off. I know we talked about that little sliver of Coffee County. Now, I say it's a little sliver. I mean, I'm talking about northeast, of course, northern and northwest. I guess you could call it Pridgeon. You're under this here too, but we're just gonna keep on tracking things here. Again, in our far northern areas, I see they issued a new warning. Jacksonville did, but it's for over here, and it didn't quite get into our area yet. Applin, Jeff Davis, and Wayne until 3 o'clock. So, just gonna keep on watching the progression of things here as the afternoon goes on. It definitely looks like a little bit more wind in here in eastern Ben Hill County. I mean, and eastern Irwin County here as well, so that could be an issue. They may have to extend that warning down in the Coffee a little bit further here as we look there as the progression of the storm action does continue. So again, I'm just gonna keep giving you the latest updates here. I know we're just trying to let you know exactly what's going on. So I know there's a question about Fort Stewart. Let me go ahead and look over there. John had that question here on YouTube. That's toward Liberty and Bryan counties, but it also extends into smaller parts of Evans, Lone, and Tattanall. So let me go ahead and look over that way. So that way a little bit of rotation around Baxley, it seems. So that's something to keep our eyes on. We'll just continue to give you the very latest as the situation does progress here. We're just going to go ahead and keep looking here. Let me go ahead and move everything over. So, I know Fort Stewart there. I'm going to go ahead and just try to give you the latest here. That's north of Hinesville. So, let's go ahead and zoom out just a little bit. And you'll be able to kind of see the overall region there. We're just, it's of course west of I-95 there, northeast of Jessup. So, okay, so that's kind of where we're at with this. So, somewhere right in here. So, yeah, we got to be kind of careful. I think you can kind of see it on the geography here, the topography to some degree. But yeah, it definitely could get severe weather. It's out of our area, out of my area, but there's definitely that potential. Got to stay weather aware to the tornado watch and play. And could end up getting some of that severe weather in toward that region there in, it's technically southeast Georgia, but again, that's not part of our area. But yeah, got to be careful on Fort Stewart there over the next little bit. So, new severe thunderstorm warning does include more Coffee County now. You can see that extension there. It includes some of the areas not in the region, but that's till 3:15 at 2:28. Severe thunderstorms are located along the line extending from near Jacksonville, Georgia to near Pridgeon and near Ocilla, moving east at 55 miles an hour. Baxley, Broxton, Pridgeon, West Green, Snipesville, and Denton. So we're going to go ahead and keep an eye on things here in the Weather Center as things do evolve. That is the look at the radar for right now. If we get more warnings that we need to jump back in for before 3 o'clock, we will. We have a tornado watch still on play all the way to 9 o'clock. If we get tornado warnings, we'll jump in immediately. So if thunderstorm warnings, unless there's something really more significant there, we'll let those play out. But you see one just north of our area there in southwest Georgia now, though. Stewart, Webster, and Sumter. Peachtree City, this issue and that. So you very well could get an extension on that further down into the area. So that's something we're going to have to keep our eyes on here as the situation does develop here with all that instability down toward the south. So again, just trying to let you know here is the storyline of what's going on. I know we're going to be tracking it all for you. There are severe thunderstorm warnings in South Florida. If we get tornado warnings here locally, we'll jump in at one to the latest. But for now, we'll see you back here at 3 o'clock unless conditions warn us to come back on sooner.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, 3 o'clock, tracking that tornado watch in the broad yellow shading to 9, and then severe thunderstorm warnings. There's yellow polygons on the screen here. Those in play for the next little bit, and probably going to have more of those just through the afternoon here, and even may get some red boxes, which would indicate tornado warnings. Hope we don't get any purple ones, which would indicate a confirmed tornado, but that's definitely not out of the question here. So let's go ahead and kind of switch on over to other source. We can zoom in a little bit tighter here, and you can see we do have a little bit of a break in the warnings right now. So that's a little good news. We don't have just a continuous line of them here, but I know you can kind of see here we're watching everything for you. I'm going to extend all the way back out further into southwest Georgia. Severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Henry County in Alabama, but then Clay, Randolph, and Quitman in Georgia. That goes to 3:45 Eastern. So you're going to be watching that here, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail. And then we have the warnings back out east here. I know one of those in play, even trying to get down toward Pierce County here, northwestern Pierce County. So you can see a little bit of that zone included to 3:30, coffee in there as well. So that's the regions in our area under that. Some other areas in that warning not in our covered zone, but we're going to watch the progression here of the storm action and just see how things kind of evolve. Let's go ahead and I'll switch to the radar closest out here to this action. Is trying to come on into the picture. I know this is the Fort Novosel, formerly the Fort Rucker radar, and from southeast Alabama, and then you can kind of see around Eufaula some pretty strong winds there, it would seem. So that could be pretty nasty action there, and in Quitman County itself already the stronger winds, pretty rural areas we're talking about at this point in time. You see benevolence there. We're tracking here that potential. Definitely trying to give you the latest here on exactly what's happening. I'll go ahead and zoom back out just a little bit again and kind of search around. And then I will go ahead to the Jacksonville view again. As I've alluded to, a lot of this is just on the very northern fringes of our area here at this point, or even some of it not even made it into the area. Yeah, it's kind of an odd line formation here for our area to be more west to east than we're accustomed to. I know the stuff in Coffee County is in our area, but it's not quite severe. It's not quite, it's just below. It's not quite too severe criteria toward Douglas. Now, Nichols may be a different story, or could even be more in the Bacon County part of things. But we're just going to keep on tracking things here in the Weather Center. Definitely could get more warnings to fill in on this, in addition to just additional warnings downstream. So again, just gonna keep on looking at things here. Let me see if there's anything noteworthy on some other tools. I know severe weather's all the way over toward Dallas even. They're having that potential. Again, it's an odd setup as I've alluded to here. So let's go ahead and go to that broad perspective then. We'll get that set on up for you. I know sitting here toward some of these zones, I know you can kind of see, I mean, there's Texas on the far left side of the screen. I'll move that over a little bit better and see what I'm talking about. And then I know just kind of continuing to watch things. You see the temperatures like in Tallahassee at 95 degrees. So definitely very warm out there. For what it's worth, I see some of the warnings around, it looks like East Georgia there. We're for 70-mile-an-hour winds here at points. Right now, not so much, but I'm talking about just outside of our area, like around the Savannah TV market. But again, you see that orange area. There's going to be more severe weather coming in later. And okay, we got a tornado on the ground now. This is a pretty big change. Tornado on the ground now in toward our area. Okay, let's go ahead. It's at least on the fringes here. Let's switch to other computer source and get that set up. So we're going to have to stick with this now. We have a tornado that's apparently on the ground. Let's go ahead and zoom on in here. Is there a debris signature? Is that what they're tracking? Let me see. It says it's observed. Let me go ahead and just let it pop up in our system. Okay, they're saying this has been spotted actually by a trained weather spotter. So let me go ahead and zoom back out a bit. And we're waiting for that box to pop up, and I have the warning on our other source. So at 3:05, this warning came down right about now. Southeastern Coffee, Northwestern Pierce, North Central Ware, and Southern Bacon. At 3:04, a confirmed tornado has been spotted by spotters here, located over Nichols or 10 miles west of Alma, Georgia. They're moving east at about 60 miles an hour. So to repeat, there's a tornado on the ground. So we have to stay with you now. This tornado on the ground in Coffee County. It's on the ground apparently in the viewing area. Again, it's been spotted, and the radar's not going to do a great job here. Excuse me. As we're tracking things, but to repeat, there's not a tornado on the ground in our area, so we have to stick with you right now. You need to seek shelter inside a sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself with a bicycle helmet, a football helmet, or a baseball helmet from the flying debris potential. So, again, we have a tornado on the ground, a confirmed tornado. So this is Southeastern Coffee, Northwestern Pierce, North Central Ware, and west of Southern Bacon, which is outside of the area. But this is located over Nichols, or a little bit there west of Alma, moving east about 60 miles an hour. And we're talking about a weather spotter confirmed tornado. So take your tornado precautions. It looks like another tornado warning has this popped up. I know this is moving east, but at 60, but it's also a southerly component with probably, I mean, it's tricky because this whole system pushing south. There is that kind of southeastern movement. We have a new tornado warning now. Okay, this is for areas of Pierce and Bacon County. So we have another area that's been, this is red or indicated. It's probably that area up here. Probably that area up in there. So that's what, yeah, it is. That's what we're down with. Let me go ahead, and there you go. You see it. Tornado warning. That's just a lot of that's outside of area with that one, but it does push toward Mershon here between now and about 3:30. That's when both of these tornado warnings are set to expire. Again, a tornado on the ground, though, in our area. Based on indications, we're getting into the weather center right now. Again, we have 2 tornado warnings per area, so we're sticking with this here to protect you, your friends, and your family. Again, that's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather this afternoon, trying to protect you, your friends, and your family with multiple tornado warnings here on the board. So again, tornado warnings here are in play. Need to get in that interior room away from windows here. I know we don't really have basements in our area, so that's not really an option, but interior room away from windows, that's where you want to be. So again, we have tornado warnings here in play right now. Let's go ahead and kind of keep looking at things here in the weather center. I know we're just going to go between some of our different modes here. We're just going to keep monitoring everything. I know, see if there's any questions or comments here from any of the viewers at home. I know it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Again, tornado warnings, multiple now involved here. So you gotta just be taking precaution as the situation does develop. I know we're on all the different platforms here for you. Again, things developing pretty rapidly now. With, again, a report of a tornado on the ground there around the Nichols community in parts of Coffee County. So again, take shelter now. That's what you need to do here in this circumstance. In these set of circumstances, we have, again, multiple tornado warnings here on the board. So again, trying to give you the latest here. I know on radar, the velocity mode sometimes isn't going to do it justice, but again, just trying to let you know exactly what's happening. We'll go back over to that. And that shows it a little bit better there. That's pretty tight, actually. They're just southeast side of Alma there. Hard to see if there's debris with that. Let me see. I'll go to Robin's radar 2. It's probably pretty similar distance. Yeah, it is. And that says that pretty tight there, right around US 1, just outside of the area on that storm. The one that was confirmed is not shown as well, which makes me think it was a pretty weak tornado. But since it was spotted, let me see if there's anything on social media. I can't actually see the images, but it might help me kind of at least to understand the magnitude of the situation. As I suspect it's a pretty weak one, since we're not really getting a signature on it. It may be something where just trying to get things figured out too. I know just trying to figure out the exact geography on this, and that can kind of make it a little bit tricky here too. But let me go ahead and just keep looking. Okay, I don't really see too much as I'm looking here initially. So again, trying to give you the latest. Again, we have a tornado that's been reported on the ground around Nichols as of just a few moments ago. It was spotted there by weather spotters, or at least one weather spotter, I presume. So let's go ahead and back this up. Is there any debris around Nichols? It's hard to say. I didn't write. No, there was that rotation though. That did show up on radar there. For a moment. Yeah, you can kind of see something in there. I think the rotation, honestly, is more showing up in Bacon County right now, but it could even be something on the southern flank here. Again, we're not in the greatest spot for radar, which makes things really tricky. But the latest update is that there's still a confirmed tornado. Let's see here. So, okay, they're saying a confirmed tornado located near Alma, moving east at about 60 miles an hour. So again, just trying to give you the latest. A damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. That's what's being indicated right now. Again, you need to take your tornado precaution there. Take those tornado precautions here in toward this area. Excuse me, as we continue along. Again, tornado warnings. We have 2 of them here that impact part of our area. We cover 62 counties here. Yeah, we're on the air right now with you. So again, trying to give you the very latest here. Again, you see where we're at with this. Bacon County not on that map, but Pierce, Coffee, and Ware are. So, by the way, in Doherty County, Augusta 44, non-severe gust at Southwest Georgia Region Airport here in just the last 25 minutes or so. Also now going up to 70 mile an hour potential on the winds there for Coffee and Pierce. So even if there's not a tornado, could have winds of 70 in there. Let's go ahead and jump back over to radar. Again, things developing pretty rapidly here this afternoon. Let me go ahead and switch back to the, well, it's trying to take me to Moody. Let's go to Jacksonville. Moody isn't working right now, unfortunately, but it might have helped us with a debris signature. No, that's a lot of green and red right in there. Yeah, I suspect there's a lot of wind damage potential in there if there's not a tornado, because I know there has been a report of one. So I mean, that means that we have almost undoubtedly, it'll have to be confirmed later in the survey, but had that. But it almost looks more like a really big area of wind to me. But there is the opposing winds. Again, this is an odd situation because we don't really have the best radar view of this. We don't really have, and that might be why we're not seeing a debris signature. We probably get that on Moody here, but between that and just the angle of the way these storms are, and the line is moving today, it's not really helping us out. So you have to kind of just go with the confirmed tornado here and just try to give you the latest here on what's going on. So again, very serious situation as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things. We gotta stick with this, and that latest scan's even worse, but that's just outside of the area again with the worst of that. Let me go ahead and double check some things here. I'm going to go ahead and turn off some of the, probably shouldn't turn that one off. Let me go ahead and just turn off the radar for a moment. I just want to get my bearings to make sure that's all in Bacon County. That really is. I mean, that's where the worst of this looks to be right now, which is kind of tricky in this type of setup. I mean, you don't always see it like that, to be quite honest, the way that kind of evolved. Let me go ahead and kind of do a loop on this. Let me go ahead and kind of do a loop on here. It's going to go back a while, don't get me wrong, but You can kind of see here that progressing. Let me zoom out a little more too. It's kind of making it hard to see exactly what's going on, but and then you can kind of see here that's the current scan, and then again there was a report of that closer into Coffee County, but the worst of this definitely is in Bacon, but it may kind of slip back into Pierce County here. So that's definitely something to kind of keep our eyes on in this type of situation. Again, trying to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family here. That's what we're doing here at Cloud Weather. So, again, trying to let you guys know exactly what's happening. Again, tornado warnings for parts of our 62 counties, part of 3 counties in our area under a tornado warning. They're the worst of the threats probably in the county that's not in the area, but we know folks can watch on the internet from anywhere. Bacon County is where I'm talking. So again, that's what we're dealing with right now. That's what we're tracking here. Again, a tornado warning scenario. Again, that definitely looks pretty nasty there in Bacon County. Let me just kind of look at this movement here and put a track on it. And that's definitely going to try to get back into our area here into Pierce County around Mershon. So, again, we're watching things, we're tracking. We're monitoring the situation. I know. Okay, we're getting some reports in now. Let's see, out of Coffee County, emergency management reporting power lines and trees down with 10 metal seating blown around. Widespread damage across Douglas there. So let's back this up then. It's not exactly what you would have expected based on radar. I mean, there is some wind enhancement once it comes out of town, but they weren't even under a warning there when that happened. Yikes, okay. So you gotta be really careful then. Yeah, they weren't even under a warning around Douglas there, unfortunately. Just kind of backing this up even more here. This is tricky because this is not the area. I mean, this is an area that it's not that close to the big cities. One of the radars is down. The storms are moving in a weird direction. This can be really tricky. I mean, for everybody today. Sometimes it's a little bit easier to pick things out, but this is just going to be really hard today for folks at the Weather Service trying to issue warnings on stuff like this. I mean, goodness, the way that developed over Douglas is weird, to be quite honest. Let me check our correlation coefficient. I know, let's make sure we didn't have anything really weird with that. Yeah, I don't know. That might have been a debris signature around Douglas, to be quite honest. Which would be very weird. I don't know. Let me just kind of look. It might just be more hail. That was weird how that developed just out of the blue there. I mean, considering we're getting damage reports out of Douglas now, it makes you kind of wonder. I mean, considering we had a report of a tornado on the ground around Nichols. So again, this is some tricky stuff here. I mean, that looks clear on radar around Bacon County, but we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for 70-mile-an-hour winds for Pierce and North Central Ware. Also, I mean, we're getting to Bacon, Wayne, and Appleton outside of the area, but moving east at 45, but really at southeast. Again, Blackshear, Patterson, Offerman, Bristol, New Lacey, and Bickley there under that. Again, just trying to update you guys here. I know that's very interesting what happened. I want to check another radar for Douglas because that was weird the way that's set up. It almost makes me think that was I mean, that couldn't have been what that was. It almost like a debris ball on radar, but I mean, this looks like we're getting, let's just see if that's, I mean, that just really developed right over time. Now we're getting a damage report. I mean, this radar's showing the same thing, and I don't think that, didn't really look like it could have been a debris ball from there, I don't think, but just we had the other radar working today. That looks like this maybe rapid storm development. Let's see here. That is since we had a tornado reported further over, and there's a little bit of rotation on that right there. I don't know. It's such a weird spot. Both of these radar sites are not scanning that area good, and it does not help us out. So Again, widespread damage across the Douglas now in Coffee County. Again, power lines reported downed, trees reported downed. So that's kind of the story right now there around Douglas. Okay, new tornado warning now. I think it's have to be really careful, I guess, and issue as many as they, may just think they need to, because, I mean, at this point, because what I mean by that, of course, they always do whatever they think they need, but they might just have to overwarn, because this is not a very easy situation to decipher right now, as things develop. But there's a new tornado warning now until about 3:45. Okay, this parts of areas under this, of course, part of this tornado warning is outside of the region, but this is for northeastern Pierce in our area, and then it's for parts of Bacon, Wayne, and Appleton outside of the area. Possible tornado located near Bristol, or 10 miles northwest of Patterson, moving east at 60 miles an hour here. Again, trying to give you the very latest. Again, there's your rotation there, north of Mershon. Again, tracking things very carefully. And we are getting more reports out of Douglas. Again, there is no warning in play for Douglas. This is very tricky stuff, though, today. And they're just going to have to start issuing warnings on everything, I'm afraid, because we're not getting a good view on the radar. But we're now getting reports. I do think there may have been a tornado that hit Douglas there. Fire units have been dispatched to try to investigate the situation. And really not just Douglas, but maybe back toward Ambrose there. Okay, well, okay, let's see. So that was probably not under a warning either. Let me double check. Okay, they were just barely into the severe thunderstorm warning up there, just barely on the edge of it. That hit around 2:45. Okay, so maybe something down there. So, yeah, that might be more where they think a tornado hit there. There's some rotation in there, but again, tricky stuff here. Okay, I know we're watching all these different warnings here on the screen. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. And then when you have all this energy around, that causes problems. All this storm energy here. So, again, we're just trying to give you the latest to know that Coffee County information. So, it may have been a tornado that hit Douglas. They're actually saying no in this. It was 4 miles east-northeast of Ambrose is where they're going to investigate, really, to see if a tornado hit over there. So, we'll have to see if the tornadoes hit all in this area here. And again, there was no tornado warning out there. There was a severe thunderstorm warning just barely in that area where the icon was for areas 4 miles east northeast of Ambrose. But Douglas, they were not under there a warning at all. So they were under a tornado watch. But let's go ahead and go over to some other areas now as I continue to watch things here. Let me check out. I know we're going to take our precautions off the screen for a moment because I want to go ahead and jump on over to Southwest Georgia. We're not used to having to deal with Southwest Georgia and Southeast Georgia at the same time, but that's where we're at right now. So let me go ahead and go on over. We do have areas here around Cuthbert. So at about 3:21, a severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles northwest of Cuthbert, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So again, that's kind of what we're tracking there. Cuthbert, Selman, you have a Wire Bridge there, you have Garnersville, Goffs Mill, Hatcher, Morris, Martin's Crossroads, Brooksville, Benevolence. You kind of get the idea. Under that severe thunderstorm warning about 3:45, reports of Clay Randolph and Quitman in Southwest Georgia. The Fort Nova simulator shows just a lot of wind in there, headed right for Cuthbert. Definitely could get some power outages around Cuthbert, it would look like, so be careful there. You don't have any warnings in between for a while, and then in Southeast Georgia, things really heat up. So I have to switch to the Jacksonville radar again. Let's jump over there, and you can see 2 tornado warnings. It does look like if we have a tornado right now, it would be back into our area here. You see that counterclockwise spin just northeast of Merced. So again, we could have a tornado in far northern Pierce County right now. A dangerous situation. Again, just trying to let you guys know exactly what's going on here. Exactly what's evolving. Exactly what's happening. Definitely important to do that. So it is in our area right now through the tornado. We just have to be really cognizant there. Potentially a tornado in the viewing area here again. So go ahead and be cognizant of that. Again, that would move us back outside of the area soon, but right now that's a tornado that could be crossing over State Road 15. So again, watching that very carefully here. Trying to give you the very latest. Again, just looking through everything. Yeah, it's all about protecting you, all about protecting your friends, all about protecting your family. I'm going to go ahead and put the precautions back up. Again, seek set into a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from that flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, a football helmet, or maybe a baseball helmet. So, some of the different options you might have here. Again, a tornado warning right now in northern Pierce County. The tornado could be on the ground here, just northeast or east of Merced. Right now, I know there's a little displacement because we're kind of in a weird spot again, having to look way high up on the radar. Let me just see our other view because this might help us a little bit. Real quick, I want to see what that report is. Around Toombs County, Georgia, some tree issues earlier on. But, okay, yeah, this radar is about a few thousand feet higher up, but it's showing the rotation there pretty tight too. And since this has a history of damage, this general area, maybe not the exact spot because we've been kind of jumping around. It may be it's just radar, and the reports might be just a tad off from where they're really at with this. So, okay, I know we got a new update in at 3:27. Tornado warning continues for parts of Pierce County to 3:45. Possible tornado located in Bristol or 7 miles north of Patterson, moving east at 60 miles an hour. So again, trying to give you the very latest here as the situation does progress here, as the situation does develop. Again, trying to give you the very latest here. That's Merced. That's tight rotation. Let me check for debris on this. Don't think that's the debris up there. I mean, that looks more like, I mean, you probably have some hail in here that's showing up. I mean, if we had a tornado on the ground, I really wish we had the Moody radar today because I'll switch it over. It's not going to show anything, but I can check I thought I could check our distances. I'm not sure. I guess we can't because we don't actually have any reflectivity, but it's closer to the point into that storm axis. So, again, it is down, so unfortunately we're not getting the best views on the radar, and that might have hurt folks around Douglas and maybe in other areas of Coffee County as well by not getting a tornado warning. When honestly, based on some information we're getting in now, there may have been a tornado on the ground. It may have been required, and I know that area of Georgia, some of it's not really populated, but that radar did a good job, and it's unfortunately down at this moment. So again, that's kind of hurting us. But again, trying to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Just going through everything here. I know. By the way, if you're wondering here, kind of what's going on with that radar site, well, I'll try to tell you there. It's down, and they're awaiting parts to arrive, and not gonna happen to about May 15th. So I made another tornado warning here further down in Pierce County. Again, it's hard to say because we're down on radar and we're seeing storms moving in weird directions. It's not helping with storm relative velocity today, but that looks like some rotation there to be moving right into Patterson. If I'm in Patterson, I may be about 1 foot away from that tornado safe spot right now, if I'm not already going in already. Just preparing maybe to hear some roaring noises outside in case we did have a tornado develop on us. So again, that's concerning there on Patterson, on that little southern flank of that. That would be where you'd get a tornado. So again, this is tricky stuff here today. This is one of the tougher situations I think Jackson's office has had to deal with in a while, because we're not with the radar that we generally use, and we have a different movement on these storms, and that's messing up storm relative velocity, where you're not able to see, what you're used to seeing when you have a tornado up here. So it really makes things tough. Again, we're tracking things here. I mean, it's storm mode too. I mean, this is more of a line, and it's already going to make hard sometimes to tell about, spin up tornadoes too. Sounds like I might have had something on the ground for a little bit longer though. So that's kind of tricky. It's hard to say. Again, and these areas too are pretty raw, so sometimes you're not going to get a report as quick out of there. So you kind of have to guess what's going on, and by the time you realize something different happened than what you were hearing from the scattering of reports, then in the event's already kind of passed on by. So I know, looking at parameters, you don't really have the supercell composite up there, and then the tornado parameters either, but you do have energy, a lot of energy. I mean, really significant values, which can kind of help compensate sometimes for the lack of maybe some of those tornado parameters, and you could still get a quick spin up tornado situation or something along the line to maintain itself for a little bit. So again, we're just going to keep looking at things here. Again, tracking the situation. Let's see here. I'm going to go to our wind shear mode, because sometimes you're maybe not used to seeing storm relative velocity. This could help you out a little bit. That's where the possible tornado could be, somewhere in that red area here as of a couple moments ago. So somewhere in that red area is where that tornado could be here on your screen. So again, a tricky situation here for sure. Just trying to give you the latest. Trying to give you the minute by minute breakdown. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out a bit. Again, trying to help you guys out. Okay, so again, we're watching the rotation up here, but then have this other rotation there, getting closer toward Patterson. Again, trying to let you know what's going on. I know that wind energy is really concentrated, it would seem, up in here, and it could be a matter of, I mean, when you're trying to interpret radar here, it could be that this is just so much stronger. It's already coming up stronger anyway here. So that's kind of part of it. I mean, it might actually be a little bit stronger down the line, and we're just not getting a good look, because this is kind of seeing this, and it's really just kind of honing in on this area because it is so much stronger compared to the other accents. So again, let me see if there's any questions or comments from any of the viewers at home. Again, we're live right now on Twitter/X, on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch. So again, it's all about keeping you guys safe. I know we'll be doing special coverage as we need to today and tomorrow, and program a no formal update late tonight, because that's going to be kind of in the time we're going to have a break probably in the accents. So it's going to be pretty busy tomorrow here too in the Weather Center. So no formal update late tonight, but just know more severe weather on the way for tomorrow. Some of this could still make its way to North Florida today, but tomorrow maybe a little bit more of that chance here in terms of that potential here, kind of trying to be a little bit more focused, there on both areas, not just really with the biggest threat in north-south Georgia. So again, just continuing to watch here. Let me go ahead and zoom back out here, and then just remind you guys at home, of course, we break in for national concerns here as needed when they're really, really big. But our local area, these 62 counties, we've been on for every tornado warning storm since late 2019 in these 62 counties. So anyone that's moved through the 62 counties. I know there was one in early 2020 there where the axle spin didn't quite move into the area. We had a little sliver of one of the counties there in South Florida involved for a few minutes, but it was clear to circulation, wasn't quite moving into our area there on that. So we just kind of posted about that and let that go. But again, trying to give you the latest here as the situation does develop. Again, trying to let you guys know here about what's happening. You see around Patterson. I know that's some rotation there, but you just never know what's really getting down to the surface. I'm going to check some power outage numbers. That might help me. Just kind of trying to figure out what's going on from a power outage perspective. I know a lot of power outages according to poweroutages.us in North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina, Alabama. But then in Georgia, I know 48,402 customers in the dark. And some of those are interviewing areas. So right now, Coffee County, we're seeing over 3,000 folks in the dark here in Coffee County. So not good news. 3,377. I know, Ware County and Atkinson, just a couple hundred each, but that's kind of the storyline right now. So, again, we have this tornado warning up here. That's moving more toward areas like McKinnon, and that's not in our area now with that. But then this area here is in our area, and it looks like it's not tornado warning at the moment, but this is just east now, Patterson and Offerman. No debris showing up, but again, we're at a pretty high height anyway. Just got to be careful. Now, this here looks like it'd be producing some hail, though, too. And that would be in northeastern parts of Pierce County, it would look like. So, again, just going to keep tracking the situation here as the afternoon goes along. So, again, we're just going to be here trying to let you guys know all the different developments. I know it's just always important to figure out what is happening. Always important to stay on top of stuff. Let's get back to a broad view, I think. Let's go to the whole area view because I know you guys in North Florida are wondering what's going on. I'm going to go ahead and go over here. Try to give you the latest. So in North Florida, there's no precip right now, but some temperatures in the 90s, mid-90s toward Tallahassee and Jacksonville. We're at 91 here east of Stark. But you see here the storminess in Georgia, tornado watch in the broad yellow for all our Georgia counties, and then you see Nassau and Duval County in Florida under that till 9 o'clock. And then you also see severe thunderstorm warning further over in Georgia for parts of Clay Equipment and Randolph. Under 345, the tornado warning for parts of Pierce and Wayne, Pearson area at 345. And then you have that other severe thunderstorm warning there toward the west. We'll zoom in here. That is until about 345 for parts of Pierce, Ware, and then outside our area, Bacon, Wayne, and Appling. So again, trying to let you guys have the latest updates. Ever-evolving situation. Just going through all the latest details here with our severe weather this afternoon. And some of these areas in the 60s, your severe threat's going to be a lot lower now. I mean, maybe still a hail threat up there, but I mean, that's going to be diminished for a while now. We're going to have more rounds as I've talked about. But again, just trying to let you guys know exactly what is going on here, what is happening, how things are developing. So, again, we're just going to have to keep on tracking the situation. I know it's always important here just to give you those minute-by-minute updates. As we're just trying to see exactly how things are indeed developing. I see a new warning coming out now, all the way to 5 o'clock here. So again, we're gonna have more rounds of severe weather, as I've alluded to. That'll be something we're tracking here as things do go along in the timeline as we look ahead toward tomorrow. But you see this new severe thunderstorm warning now. It goes all the way out through Brunswick. It goes for an hour and 20 minutes. North Central Camden, Glen, Pierce, northeastern Brantley, and then outside of area, a little bit of Wayne and Applin. But till 5 o'clock, severe thunderstorms looking at a lot of line extending from your, it looks like Screven there to near Offerman and your Blacks. You're moving east at 40 miles an hour. So these are some stronger winds that we're tracking. 70-mile-an-hour gust, quarter-size hail, Brunswick, St. Simons Island, Blacks, Hunter, Patterson, Gardy, Dock Junction, Screven, Offerman, and Country Club Estates. So again, that's kind of the storyline that we're dealing with right now, that we're following. So you just got to be really careful here as things do evolve on us. Let's go ahead and go to rotation tracker. Again, 2 areas. That one here is that Sutter area up in this region, just west of McKinnon. This one here, though, is something we'll have to watch. Moving toward Hortense there. There is a tornado possible tag on this, so you easily could get an upgrade to a tornado warning here at some point in time. So again, just watching the progression of things here. You can see the line. I know, we're just going to keep looking there. You see some green and red in this, indicating some rotation, a little bit of a notch there. Again, it's going to be hard to know exactly what's going on now, because as we're talking about, we're kind of high up on the radar. So the tornado warning has been expired out. It technically still be in play for a minute or two, but it's not on the screen anymore because of that threat here has weakened for that area that we were alluding to, that we were following there, as we're getting a little bit further up toward the north here. But the other area, I mean, we're going to still watch it. It's in our area. The circulation is, and that's definitely cause for concern. So, again, trying to give you the latest updates. Okay, that latest scan is a little weaker on some of that stuff in Pierce County, so that's good, but you still gotta be getting careful because we're not seeing right down to the surface with this, but it could be 70-mile-an-hour winds in here anyway. And that is cause for concern. Some of that's more up in, looks like, in toward Wayne County right now, which would be just outside of the area. Assuming this is a little bit weaker down toward the south, as the radar is trying to suggest. So, I mean, this kind of goes back into our area here eventually, though. I know part of Glen, maybe a little bit more of Brantley. So, we're going to be watching that. And then we're going to be watching off toward Randolph County. There's now a new warning for parts of Terrell and parts of Randolph. So, let me go ahead and zoom in there. You see around Cuthbert. There's Cuthbert. They've been getting some pretty nasty weather, and you're looking at the Fort Novasil radar. So again, we're just going to keep watching the progression here. We're going to keep looking at it, and we're going to keep giving you the updates. So, again, there's a new warning that's coming out for that area. It has come out. It's just, there you go, coming on the screen right now. So again, we're just going to be here to watch everything as it does develop. So let me go ahead and break down that warning information. So Central Randolph, Terrell County, till about 4:30 here. And then at 343, that was located near Cuthbert, where we're talking about half-dollar size hail. So that's what the threat is here. Not really the wind on this one, but for half-dollar size hail. Dawson, Cuthbert, Selman, over at Brownwood there. You have areas like Peterson Hill, getting into where the Dawson Airport, Oakville, Brooksville, Benevolence, Wades. You kind of get the idea. Okay, new tornado warning now for Glenn and for Wayne. So let's jump back over here then. Unfortunately, I thought we could take a break, but no, new tornado warning. Oh, look at that wind all of a sudden picking up. Some of that's outside of the area, I believe. Yeah, a lot of that is. Technically, that circulation's outside of the area right now. As we kind of loop this around. That's really strong winds up around McKinnon. All of a sudden, it's suddenly to 100 miles an hour in there. Broadhurst to McKinnon. Again, it's a tricky thing because that technically that's outside of our area right now where that is. And it will stay outside of our area for a while, but eventually you have a little sliver of the area included. Although Charleston may have to add some of their area into this. We'll see if they have to add McIntosh. So, again, that's a tornado that's clearly outside of the area right now. It looks pretty strong, though. So let's go ahead and see what we're dealing with in some of our other modes. Yeah, the rotation tracker just all of a sudden going crazy with it. This may be in that last scan or so. And it's been on Everett around 4 o'clock. So, yeah, just all of a sudden there, that last scan just started going crazy with it. Again, a tricky situation here that we're having to deal with as we're looking at the northern fringes of the area. So, new tornado warning here in play. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Again, a possible tornado there. That's in Wayne County, but it's headed back toward part of our area. So, again, that's where the cause for concern lies here, when that could be headed back into toward our area. But as we're on with this, we're just going to watch this line. And you can kind of see here, Wayne County, Pierce County getting heavy rain there in our area. But it doesn't look like the strongest winds are there. Could still be pretty strong, though, don't get me wrong. And we have the hail threat out here toward Randolph County, as we were talking about, Randolph and Terrell. But again, the tornado warning here is a storm. It's what I'm going to do, since the circulation isn't quite in our area, we're going to catch our breath for just a few minutes, but we're coming right back here at 3:48. So we'll be back here by 3:55. So, because we got to watch for Everett here. Unless we get like a large tornado or something where it's a really serious situation there with it just clearly outside of our area. If it becomes like a large tornado, we'll jump back in here sooner. Or if we get a warning that is for a rotation right in our area. But otherwise, I'll be back at 3:55 with more information. So again, tornado warning for Wayne County, just outside of the area, but then Glenn County, a little sliver. If you're in this little sliver, you need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions, but the circulation's not going to be there before 3:55. So we're going to come back on here. It's supposed to be near Everett around 4, according to weather service, and the warning goes till 4:15. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We're back soon here with more weather information.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 3:55 here on this Thursday. That's May 9th, 2024. Tracking a tornado warning for parts of Wayne County, which is outside of the area. That's why we took that break, Roy, because the circulation isn't quite in our area with this one again at this point. But it will be getting into Glenn County here in just a little bit, moving toward the Everett community. So make sure you're taking shelter on Everett there in parts of Glenn County. The severe thunderstorm warning also still continues for the whole line here. We may have to watch. I mean, it looks like another spin developing with the Thalman. That may get a tornado warning here if we're not careful. That looks like it's kind of becoming a little bit more well defined. So that would be more in our area, obviously, toward Brantley County, and then going straight into Ward Glen. But 71-hour winds possible all up and down this line here. I mean, you have Hortense, and then you have areas there outside of the area at this moment, but we'll have areas like Thalman and maybe even Brunswick getting in some of the stronger winds here in a little bit. So again, we're watching things here. I know. Let's go ahead and kind of look on over. You see that hail threat on that storm out there in Randolph County toward Terrell County. I know. I'm just trying to follow the latest there. I know the wind pattern's kind of tricky, but an inch and a quarter on hail out there toward the west. So that's definitely something we're following. I know. We're just going to keep following this concern here as well in southeast Georgia. That's a little bit more concerned with it being a tornado warning situation. Already some reports of a tornado here as things have progressed on us. So again, just trying to let you guys know the latest updates. Let me go ahead and see here. I know, already seeing stuff come up in the computer for next week where we could have heavy rainfall across the region, but we'll focus on that a little bit later on. That's sort of like day 5. So today's day 1, Friday 2, Saturday 3, Mother's Day 4. So the word like Monday there in the timeline. But I know, looking here at the information coming in Irwin County earlier on, trees reported down on it looks like McLeod Road there, and that's 2 miles north of Holden in that region. And then I know Silla proper, 3 power poles were knocked down. And Ben Hill County around Louisville, lots of downed trees and a few power lines. Those were knocked down in that region. So you don't want to hear that, but that's what we are getting in here to the Weather Center. Again, trying to give you the very latest. Trying to give you the latest updates. Again, trying to help you out here. I'm going to zoom back out a bit. And let's go on to our other computer source as we try to give you more updates. I know you see there's no warnings for a good stretch here, so that's some good news. You see cool air in there, so that could help mitigate some of our areas here getting warnings. That would be what we want to see. Not near as many spots maybe getting warnings as they could unless we get a redevelopment. But even some of these areas like Live Oak are a little bit cooler, like 88 degrees, Lake City 88, still pretty warm. But I mean, so we'll see. Stuff could still refire, but it looks a little bit better. Some of that could be more of a hail threat over there. It kind of getting some of the storm acts, and it seems like maybe getting undercut by the cooler air. So again, we're watching things over here. You see that new red box? That's outside of the area, but from McIntosh County in the Savannah TV market. The Charleston, South Carolina office, you see in that one till about 4:45. It's a bit thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Everett. And they don't seem like lately, over the years here, last 5 years, they haven't had too many tornado warnings in McIntosh County, but I know going back many years ago, they had a terrible tornado. I think that was on Mother's Day, actually. If I recall, I believe it was an EF4 tornado that went through there. So, not saying this is anything like that. we're not going to see a tornado like that here today. I wouldn't imagine, but again, just something that's kind of intriguing in terms of weather history. I know I was looking over the way across. I saw a little bit of rotation on reflectivity here. That in Homerville, but I didn't see much on rotation tracker. But I may need to do that just looking at myself since we don't have that other radar. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's a whole bunch there right now, which is good. I mean, that's what we like to see here, obviously. When I'm looking at things, not, seeing much in the way of algorithmic rotations. So, not there, but we have it out toward the east, as I've talked about. That's a lot of rotation there, west to Everett. I mean, that may be, it could just be the inflow. I don't think there's starting to be a debris signature a little bit trying to get entrained in there. But that'd be outside of the area there for just a little while longer. But it's very soon going to moving into where that little sliver of Glenn County, and it's going to probably move away from our area here. The greatest concern, maybe, I mean, it still may, they may have to issue another one, the Cliff Northern Glen with this, but it looks like after it gets through Everett, which is, it's about to get through Everett here, so you got to be taking center. Right now, this could be a pretty strong tornado if it's down US 25. So we're seeing winds. I know we're looking high up, but we're seeing winds at 80, 90 miles an hour. So, I mean, on radar here. So we're talking about an EF1 type tornado possibly in toward this area. Not saying that's what's actually happening, but as we look down toward the south here on State Road 32, I know we're watching some rotation there northwest of Thalman. So we'll continue to watch that progressing here. Continue to give you the very latest here as the situation does evolve. Definitely important here to try to figure that out. I know. Just kind of zooming in, zooming out here, trying to give you the very latest as things do develop. Okay, looks like a new warning just got issued. Let me see where this is. Okay, this is going to be down in toward Charlton County and a few of the other zones here, like Clinch and Ware. So let's go ahead and jump down here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for central Ware, northern Clinch, and northwestern Charlton counties until 4:30. At 4:02, a severe thunderstorm is located near Homerville, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So again, just something to follow here, something to monitor, something to kind of stay tuned for the latest on. Homerville, Argyle, Cogdale. You have Boggy Bay, Manor, Needham. Under this, not seeing the rotational tag, I know, and reflectivity I saw some, but I think I'm more just maybe a wind and hail concern in here right now. So that's kind of the storyline there, as we're just following along, following the latest updates here as they come on in. Again, let's go back to rotation tracker, Everett. Again, you need to be in southern Everett. In far northwestern and Glenn County here, take your tornado precautions. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Everett or 9 miles southeast of Gardy, moving east about 45 miles an hour. Again, very important to take shelter. Very important to take shelter. You see that spin there? Some of that maybe just south of Everett even. And we're just going to have to keep on tracking this, keep on taking precautions as the situation does evolve here. They might indeed have to issue another tornado warning here. Jacksonville might for Northern Glen. It's hard to say for sure, but we shall see. See, around Homerville here, this is more about the wind and hail. I know, I was kind of getting a little concerned about it. I'm a little surprised they didn't issue one for this area here northeast of Waycross, if they're going to issue one further down, because when you actually look at it on velocity, it didn't look as impressive there. It's just on reflectivity, it looked pretty well defined. Why a little concern, but this here has hail potential with it. Here, parts of Terrell and parts of Randolph. I know That's not what we're on, of course, but it is still something to watch. And maybe an issue for Lee County here. You see it on Herald. That's what we have that right now, but it could end up becoming an issue there as we're looking toward US 82 crossing over that into southern Lee County over the next little bit. So you got to be really careful there in southern Lee County around Leesburg and points south of town, downtown. Could have some issues there in the next little bit with hail. So that's something to watch. Let's get back to the Jacksonville radar site. I know this storm here north of Thalman, definitely something to watch. I know this is definitely not your typical severe pattern around here, though, with the overall lineup of things. Again, just trying to update you guys. There's your enhanced risk. Again, trying to let you guys know what's going on. There's your tornado threat. Let me see if they've updated this here. Okay, they have sent out the update on this. So that's your tornado. There's your hail. There's your wind. Let's see what they've updated. They've said they've sent an update out to change some things, mainly just removing severe probabilities from most of North and South Carolina as convection's moved offshore there and is not expected to really redevelop. But again, just continuing to track things here. You see that wide corridor. We're going to have more waves of storm action coming on in here. So we'll have to stay tuned for the latest. Have to just stay tuned here for the latest updates. Again, we're on for this tornado warning for Glenn County. And that spin there coming on into the picture. We're just watching that. You see that sea safe on the radar. Definitely having to deal with it. Just get inside in that interior room away from windows if you're in that part of our area. So seek such inside that sturdy building. I mean, maybe even put that bicycle helmet on, football helmet on, baseball helmet on. One of those options there. Might want to choose. And continuing to watch things. Again, trying to give you the update. Let me zoom back out. Just continuing to check everything here on all our different sources. Okay, so 407, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Everett, 10 miles west of Darien, moving east at 60. But again, there is a southerly component with all this, as we've talked about all over. But you can see that there pretty clearly on our scans. Again, trying to watch, trying to track. That's your green and red there. Let me go ahead and zoom on over. Zoom out a bit. Again, watching the latest developments here. Tornado watch and Plato 9 in the yellow zone. Some of this may get trimmed back here in a little bit. I know, honestly, some of these areas that are in the 60s, I mean, maybe they get severe thunderstorm warnings. I mean, I guess you could still get a quick spin up with the wind energy, but it would seem a little less likely when you're seeing temperatures like that. So we'll just wait and see. But again, I mean, you see these temperatures down here now. It's just a matter of when you actually get the storm at the end of that area. There will probably be some of that pushed in now. So I'll just see if things kind of regenerate down toward Jacksonville. But by the time the storms come in, it might be a little bit cooler. So we'll just have to wait and see. Different factors in play here. Again, it's a little bit different setup than we're generally used to dealing with around here. So Again, you're looking at this. This is quite a bit of rotation there northeast of Thalman. That's just outside of the tornado warning. There you're seeing around Everett there. I know quite a bit of wind. And if anything, we could have winds of 70 in here. I mean, that's an issue, you know, as we're looking there. Thalman, Everett, and then you have Sterling, Dock Junction, and Brunswick there involved. So we're just going to have to keep on watching the progression of all this here as it comes on through. Okay, that warning for Randolph and Terrell has just been canceled. It's going to go away there. That's good, but we're still watching this stuff over more towards southeast Georgia. We'll still have to watch stuff back out west, too. Don't get me wrong. More waves of concern as we look toward that Friday. But, again, I just trying to watch things here. Trying to track. Again, we're just going to monitor things. Again, we see all that wind there, and it's going to be pushing toward that I-95 corridor, but I have to get through Sterling first and areas there around US 25. Again, a tornado warning is in effect right now for parts of Glenn County in Georgia. The Jacksonville office watching that, and then try to be moving more into McIntosh County, which is part of the Charleston Weather Service's responsibility area. But again, just trying to give you the very latest. Let me go ahead and kind of zoom back out a bit as everything does evolve. Again, watching the latest developments. Let me go ahead and switch on over. We're just trying to see here all the different impacts. So we're still with you here. Let me go ahead and remind you the different platforms we're on. Again, Facebook, KC Cloud WX, Cloud Weather, Twitter sites X at Cloud KC, YouTube at Cloud Weather, Twitch Cloud Weather, and then cloudweather.com. And when we're not on, you always have the interactive radar available there on cloudweather.com, cloudweather.com/radar. You just saw that one red box go away for Glenn County. They're expiring the tornado warning. However, technically that still is going to go for another 2 minutes. So, but we're still also have 70-mile-an-hour wind potential in here. So it's not like we can just kind of say, well, we're all good here, because it's not really the case. So we still got to be kind of careful in there. Got to still be kind of mindful of what could happen. So the warning goes all the way to 5. I don't think it'll need to go all the way, maybe up to 5. But it's still going to go for a bit longer. A severe thunderstorm warning, I mean, it's maybe about 4:45 or so. I mean, it could keep it close to 5 for the lingering action behind, but with that front end where the winds are the strongest, I mean, that'd probably be kind of out of there by about 4:45 or so as we're looking at things. Maybe 4:50, but again, I'm going to keep looking at things. Got to keep tracking them. Definitely seeing some rotation north of Sterling, so I wouldn't let my guard down here toward that area. I'm just going to keep watching the latest developments. Still a severe thunderstorm warning there for parts of Glenn County. They just canceled out. Brantley and Wayne has the office in Jacksonville. So let's see here. I'm getting the latest updates on in. Trying to give you the latest updates on exactly what's going on here. So again, they're canceling out Brantley and Wayne counties as the situation does evolve. I'll show it to you on reflectivity. So at 4:14, severe thunderstorms are looking along a line extending from near Guardian to near Everett to near Raybon, moving east about 40 miles an hour. 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. Brunswick, St. Simons Island, Dock Junction, St. Simons Island Village, Country Club Estates, Dowman, Sea Island, Everett, Jekyll Island, and Boys Estates. So, again, I'm just going to keep on watching things here. Just going to keep on tracking the situation. Let me go ahead and kind of move around here with the map again. Marine warning just being issued to coastal waters, but you see here, severe thunderstorm warning out there toward parts of Ware, Clinton, Charleston to 4:30. That's more of a base warning. This is the one that's really a more concern here, because we could still have a quick spin up tornado and all of this. So we got to be really careful here as the situation does progress. I mean, even some hail. I mean, it's not out of the question. We could have hail upward about. I mean, they're saying quarter size in the warning. I'm moving to Sterling there. It could be a slightly bit bigger than that, but probably not by too much. Our normal hail mode isn't showing much more than that. It was trying to get up a little over an inch for a moment ago, but just kind of giving you the very latest. Trying to watch things as they develop. I'm around Brunswick, Glencoe there, airport, watching things. Maybe a little bit more so even in the McKinnon airport, but both sides still be careful. Whenever thunder roars, of course, go indoors. So we're just going to watch the progress into this. I know this wind here could be up to, 70 miles an hour moving toward I-95. So that's definitely something that's cause for concern here as the situation does move along. I know. Looking up there in toward parts of McIntosh County, there's still a tornado warning, but they're outside of the area. I know in our area there is still some weak rotation, a lot of wind there around Sterling, and then that wind is moving toward Dock Junction. It's going to move toward Brunswick and going to move toward Sea Island here. Let me put our winds up, see if we can get an updated reading on them. So far, not obviously too much on those further off toward the east, and don't have anything right in there where the worst of it is. But I think what we're going to do right now, we're going to take a break about 4:30, unless we get another tornado warning or really just see maybe like a destructive severe thunderstorm warning where we have winds to like 80 miles an hour. Then I might need to jump back in center, because this is a pretty highly populated area. Don't get me wrong here. But no active local in our 62 counties tornado warning right now. This is only severe thunderstorm warning that I'm really concerned about right now. The other one is a little bit less concerning there, as we've talked about. Over here toward the west, still got to be careful, but we're Clinton, Charlton. But I know this one here is the one that could really get up to a tornado warning on us pretty quick. Here, or get winds even a little bit stronger here down toward the surface. I mean, maybe like up, the warnings were 70, but right now that's what radar is showing, or even a little bit less than that. But if something were to ramp up closer to the coast and maybe winds get to 75 and hurricane force, that's not completely off the table here. Would be kind of surprising, but again, we'll watch. You see a good bit of hail moving towards Sterling here, and toward I-95, and toward the Brunswick, Glencoe area. So you still got to be really careful there. Make sure you're taking severe thunderstorm precautions, and you be ready to take tornado precautions in case things ramp back up on us here. We're a little closer to the radar than where we were earlier on, but we're still not right at it. So things could still kind of catch us off guard a little bit here. So stay tuned, stay safe there in Glenn County. The warning technically goes till 5, but we're going to be watching probably the next 30 minutes here, but then we'll be back about 10 minutes or more, unless a tornado warning gets issued here sooner for our area. Then we'll be jumping in immediately, or if we really see a big uptick here in the winds even more than what they already are.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in Weather Center. At the bottom of the hour, still tracking a severe thunderstorm warning. We're really focusing on areas there of Glenn County right now. I know a lot of heavy rain in there. Definitely the potential for some winds about 70 miles an hour. That's definitely those winds not out of the question in the really realm of maybe getting down toward the surface here. So just got to be really careful. Gotta just keep paying attention here as things do evolve. So again, looking through all our different modes here, I know you can see some of that wind energy. I know definitely something we're going to keep following. So we'll watch to see if there's some power outage reports and the like. I know we're looking in toward southeast Georgia here. You do see some wind in there, but nothing overwhelming. And then they get further on over toward the west here. I'm switching over to the radar, the accent. I mean, you see quite a bit of heavy rain in there. But right now, most of the other areas are looking pretty tame at the moment, which would be some good news. Maybe this will weaken out a little bit quicker than we were first anticipating here. We will have to watch for more rounds tomorrow, and if this weekend's so quick, I mean, it could be a situation where we end up having maybe more intense action tomorrow if things are able to destabilize a little more. But I mean, it's a scenario here that we still could get some re-strengthening in spots. So that'll be something to kind of pay attention to. But again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning over toward Brunswick here right now. At 4:28, a severe thunderstorm complex was located along the line extending from near Darien to near Brunswick to near Waverly, moving southeast at about 55 miles an hour. So 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. Brunswick, St. Simons Island, Dock Junction, St. Simon Island Village, Country Club Estate, Sea Island, Jekyll Island, and Boys Estate. So again, we're just going to have to keep watching that. I know they're still keeping Charleston offices at tornado warning just north of the area, but right now, really, if there was a tornadic spin in there, it could actually be closer in toward Glenn County. So we'll watch your. I know a lot of those spinny areas there are starting to get closer toward the coast here. So that's kind of the storyline right now. Again, we're going to keep on looking. I know that looks like some hail there, like a hail signature. I bet there's some hail falling there right around State Road 25 south there in the Dock Junction region. So that's something to kind of keep our eyes on. Definitely something to monitor as the situation does evolve. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom out. I'm just going to keep watching. Trying to give you the updates. Let me go ahead and see another perspective. You see it's 90 degrees there the last check at McKinnon Airport, but it's definitely going to cool down. It's all the way down to 80 at Glencoe there right now. Go back this up and see what the temperature trends look like. I know earlier on there, they're at 88 degrees, but some of that was even before the rain came in, I think, with that drop in temperature. I know, you can see how we were, no, that's a while ago, but 89, 90. But again, just tracking things there. Let's put on instability. You still see a lot of that toward Tallahassee, but the storm action's really decayed, so I don't know if it's going to be able to really re-energize or not enough to really be able to reach maybe what the potential is with the setup. I mean, we'll just kind of wait and see, but this area here over toward the coast definitely has more of that wind energy throughout with it. Again, we're going to keep looking at things here in the weather center. I'm going to look at some of our model guidance to make sure I'm not missing something, because it's definitely unusual to have stuff fall apart here. This is already a odd pattern to begin with, but it's kind of unusual to fall apart here still in the afternoon in May like this. You would think stuff would maintain itself a little bit more here, but it's really become disorganized and disheveled. The model was trying to really keep this together in Florida. That's why there's a slight risk here in toward Florida, really. I mean, some of that's for maybe later on as we look ahead in the nighttime, but not all of that. I mean, so what we'll be watching, we may end up getting though now, I mean, may end up being a little bit quicker because of this stuff falling apart so quick. May end up starting to have a severe threat around 1 or 2 in the morning now in southwest Georgia instead of maybe waiting closer to sunrise. And then maybe a little break and then maybe another squall line setting up 7, 8, 9 in the morning that kind of pushes on through. And then the afternoon it might end up being more about just lighter accent at points, but then heavier at points, and then maybe a couple more pop-ups severe on the edges. But we shall see on that. So again, that's kind of the storyline there as we look ahead in toward the timeline. Again, just looking at everything. Some of this stuff could have hail with it even tomorrow. So we'll watch for that. But let's go ahead real quick as we're watching this, trying to get that out of our area there. Let me go ahead and jump on over toward our day 2 outlook. That's tomorrow, and you see that slight risk for almost the entire area here. So I'm going to have to pay attention in terms of severe weather potential here tomorrow. I know we're just going to look under the tornado threat. 2% there. Wind those at 15, and then the hail's at 5. So this is a wind-driven slight risk. The other 2 threats will be more marginal, but we're going to have to look into these numbers I have up on the current gust here that we've been getting over the last little bit. If you're wondering, I'll take that off. And we'll go ahead and take the outlook off too. But I know we're going to keep looking over here. I see there's now a mesoscale discussing and on the tornado watch here. So let me go ahead and see what they're saying about all that in terms of just the overall parameter space. So again, we're just going to have to look here. We're going to have to track, we're going to have to monitor. Let me go ahead and switch on over. So you see here, that circled area in red, they're talking about things at the office in Norman, Oklahoma. You're seeing with a bulk of damage and wind, a brief tornado threat appears to be shifting off the Georgia coast. They still think localized strong gusts. They may linger into parts of northeast Florida, but they're not thinking a watch is going to happen. Only really small chance that would happen at this point. The southeastern propagating portion of the broad Arkan MCS across South Georgia has recently moved just offshore to along the far southeast Georgia coast. This is responsible for a swap of damaging winds and brief tornado reports with measured gusts of 48 knots, and given the modest low-level shear in the Tallahassee Sound and even weaker values noted in the more recent VWP data, it really looks like convective outflow has surged way ahead of the MCS, and that's why we've seen the temperatures drop. They're kind of getting stuff undercut, really, it would seem to me. But there is still a presence of low to mid 90 surface temperatures as we're looking there with some of this out ahead, but in some areas, again, the western extent really has been undercut. That's kind of helped to weaken this. But again, there is that ample buoyancy. It's plausible that we could still get some stronger wind gusts getting into some of that deeper convection before it likely wanes during the early evening hours. So we still got to remain on guard. Don't get me wrong here. It is still kind of a little bit more favorable as we're looking in parts of the region. So can't let our guard down here is what I'm saying. But what we're probably going to do, honestly, here, based on what I'm seeing on the trend, after we get this severe thunderstorm warning to go away, we'll probably just kind of switch to a radar mode for a while. We'll leave it up. The tornado watch still in play for now till 9 o'clock. And if we need to cut back in, we will, but we won't schedule a half-hour cut-ins at the moment anyway, based on what I'm seeing on radar. And there's a chance it may not get any more warnings for a while. We're just going to wrap the stream up in a bit, but I'll leave it going for a little bit longer here after I get done with this update, assuming we don't get any more warnings here to come in short order. But again, severe thunderstorm warning does continue here. I know it looks like a lot of the wind energy is kind of pushing away, and let me put our wind gauge values up here again. Oh, that's not the wind gauge value, that's the temperature values. But let me try the wind values here. We'll go ahead and switch on over toward that here. try to give you the latest. So 35 miles an hour. So that's not, you know, anywhere near 70 miles an hour like what the warning's been for. Doesn't mean we couldn't have had pockets of that moving on through, but right now looking a little bit less likely here. I mean, there could still be something on Sea Island. That's what we're kind of sticking with this. You never know. A lot of that worst of that wind looks to be kind of pushing off more toward the coastal waters. So again, that's kind of the storyline here at this point as we watch the progression of things. And we still have strong storms in southeast Georgia, but further off toward the west there, Brantley, Ware counties. I know as we look there, you see around Moultrie, still some strong wind potential there, but I know that kind of got undercut over there as we were talking about. You'll see the temperatures in that region. I mean, it's 69 and 75 there. I mean, not ahead of the storminess. I mean, it's a big cool down. That's going to make it harder for storm action to really get too crazy in that region. So, again, we'll just keep on checking things here. Again, a tornado watch does remain in effect for now until 9 o'clock for southeast Georgia, South Georgia in general, and then just a couple counties in northeast Florida, Duval and Nassau. So they may keep it going a little while longer just in case, since they still have it, you know, out for so long, and there's still some risk here. They may not want to just completely drop it yet, but they may for some of these areas that have seen temperatures falling into the 60s. It would seem a lot less likely to get something to really rotate. I mean, doesn't mean we couldn't maybe get a severe thunderstorm warning for hail or something in there, but again, we're going to have to watch more in the timeline for more risk here as we get into that Friday, as I've talked about here. And again, no formal update late tonight because I'm getting ready for that risk tomorrow, which at this point, even though we've had a decent number of tornado warnings in our Georgia counties, that risk here for tomorrow looks like it'll be more widespread in terms of the coverage of maybe warnings here on the board. So that would be something that we'll have to kind of monitor for here in the weather center. So again, we're just gonna keep on looking at things. Let me go ahead. Again, I'll take them as a scale discussion off. I know we're just gonna keep looking here. Gonna keep tracking. Keep giving you the latest details. Okay, yeah, they just canceled some of that tornado watch. It looks like it's just coming in. Again, just trying to give you the latest. Okay, so the tornado watch has been updated now. The weather service there canceling out, and the Storm Prediction Center really involved with that too. Canceling out Ben Hill, Berry, and Irwin, Tipton, Turner counties. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. Again, Ben Hill, Berry, and Irwin, Tipton, Turner. It's trying to severe weather. That threat looks to be pretty much out of the picture right now. So again, that's the storyline there. Again, gonna keep looking at things here. Keep giving you the updates. Again, this warning right there on Sea Island. Okay, we did just get a gust in. Let me check on our other system. I'll show it to you guys. Okay, just got a gust close to about 50 miles an hour there. In just about the last 11 minutes or so, 10, 11 minutes. Brunswick McKinnon Airport. Okay, so it's not quite severe, but that's one of the stronger gusts we've seen. Let me go ahead and check some more information. Okay, we're getting a report of a former law enforcement officer and trained spotter saying they've seen 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts with a squall line passage around Dock Junction. So that's coming in. Interesting to see there. Again, just trying to give you the latest. Okay, power outage wise, there's a good amount of power outages, unfortunately. Coffee County, 3,329 customers in the dark. 264 out in Atkinson County, 611 in Ware, 3,179 in Pierce County, 1,959 in Brantley County, and over 4,500 in the dark in Glenn County. So a lot of power outages, really. These winds have gotten down to the surface here in the areas where we've had the warnings, so that's concerning. But okay, the severe thunderstorm warning has just been canceled, though, so that is some good news. So right now we have low local warnings. That's where we're at right now. We gotta still remain on guard because this stuff did produce. It's just now it has weakened out here below severe limit, it would seem. But still, to stay on guard. If we need to jump back into the stream, we will. We'll leave the radar up. If we get more warnings, we'll be on here to give you the latest here as it is necessary. And in this case here, over the next little bit, at least it'll be cutting into this stream. If it's later on, especially if it's more like tomorrow, it'll be a different stream, obviously. And at points, we can always just post about warnings and watches too on Facebook there. Casey Cloud Reacts and Cloud Weather, and then Twitter/X at Cloud Casey if maybe the situation doesn't warrant me coming on right at that point. So obviously, we're on for all tornado warning storms, though, within the 62 counties. So that's something that's important here. We can't let our guard down here, that's for sure. There's our viewing area, if you're wondering. Just to remind you guys, we're on for all tornado warning storms within the 62 counties. So that's kind of the geography of things there. I know earlier on in the day we had tornado warnings there, but we don't cover any of the counties that the Atlantic office covers in terms of like a local area. I know some of the Albany stations do, so it's a little bit tricky in that regard, but we don't cover those further up there, like toward Crisp County and the like. So, up toward Cordell, we don't cover that area. But again, just kind of giving you guys the latest. Of course, if there's like a tornado emergency or something that's different, but for our local area is what I made. So, I'm leaving you with this view. We'll be back here as conditions warn, if conditions warn here on this stream. If not, we'll be back here as that Friday gets underway here. We'll be breaking in. No formal update later tonight. I know it's going to cool down as we look ahead in the timeline. You see the cooler air right now, but we are going to see cooler air here for that Mother's Day weekend, and then more precip as we get into early next week. So we'll be tracking everything here for you, but for now, we'll keep this radar running here so you guys know what's going on. In fact, I think I'll switch it over to our other radar mode one more time just so you get an up close look at things. I'll get a loop going here on our other mode so you kind of see the progression of things. You'll be able to see how we're dealing with more of a calmer picture than we were earlier. We had all those red boxes, even some purple boxes popping on up earlier on. Right now in this mode, you're seeing just those brown boxes. And that's indicative of strong storms, not severe storms. Those won't pop up on the other system, but we'll keep on watching things here and trying to give you the latest here to protect you, your friends, your family. But for now, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. There's that loop of the radar. We'll be here. We'll be tracking. We'll be watching. Again, that tornado watch is still in play here till about 9 o'clock tonight. So it could get canceled early. Some of these other areas will probably start dropping out here. You'll see the yellow shading kind of go away. So that'll be something to kind of keep our eyes on there in that regard. So again, tornado watch still in play. We'll be here with updates if conditions warrant. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now, tracking a severe thunderstorm warning in play for parts of Columbia, Hamilton, and Eccles counties until about 6 o'clock here. Seeing some indications of potential for some damage and wind gusts and some quarter-size hail. So, gotta make note of that here as we're tracking things, as we give you guys the very latest on exactly what is going on here. I'll go ahead and zoom on in just a little bit, and you'll be able to see maybe even a little bit of weak rotation. I know, unfortunately, the radar that we generally use for this area is down, so that kind of makes things a little bit tougher here in this type of scenario. But you're seeing around Jasper there in Hamilton County now the potential for some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I know, looking at things here, we're just going to have to keep paying attention as this moves east at 35 miles an hour, getting a little bit of warmer air. Jasper and Belmont here, and Baker's Mill under this warning. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning's in effect. Let's go ahead and switch over in just a moment at least to some traffic cam footage. We'll try to give you guys a look outside and toward the area. There may even be some hail falling on this camera shot. It's hard to say for sure. It looks pretty white, so that's why I'm kind of saying that here. I can't guarantee it, but let me go ahead and go to our traffic source here. So this is the Florida 511 view I-75 at mile marker 456.6. So some inclement weather for sure. Some nasty conditions here during that evening commute. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6 o'clock for parts of Columbia, Hamilton, and Eccles. I know, getting kind of out of that tornado watch here with this warning for the most part, and out of South Georgia for the most part as well. So kind of interesting to see that here in the Weather Center. But that was kind of a look at things there. Again, trying to give you an update on the situation there. Things strengthen, unfortunately, around Jasper. I know a lot of the action been getting undercut here, but unfortunately seeing some strengthening in that area, kind of a little bit more by itself here and taking advantage of the warm temperatures. So again, even a little bit of weak rotation around Jasper there right now in Hamilton County. Again, we're not using, unfortunately, the Moody radar down because that'd be the best radar to use to really know what's probably getting down to the surface in that area. But again, just gonna keep on tracking things here. Gonna keep on just giving you guys the latest updates as the situation does warrant it. So again, we're just trying to go through stuff here. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning is in play here until 6 o'clock in that yellow polygon, with most of that just on the Florida side of the state line, a little bit of it though on the Georgia side. So again, we're gonna keep on looking at things here, keep on giving you guys again the very latest. I know it's gonna be pretty wet here as we're looking ahead in toward the overall pattern, it would seem. So that's definitely something to kind of keep in mind here as we watch all the different forecast models and the like. Again, no full update later tonight. But we will be seeing a situation here. We'll have to be doing coverage tomorrow, maybe even a little bit more this evening. And I know we just got a new message scale discussion in here, and it's saying that there's a 95% chance of a watch being issued into toward that blue circled area. Kind of a sign of things to come, maybe. I know it may clip a couple of our northwestern counties. So it looks like convective initiation is going on there. Some tornado risk could evolve locally, but maybe more about just the overall severe threats here and the hazards that you're a little bit more accustomed to in summertime, like damaging winds there. I know the hail threat to some degree, or tornado threat is there though in some ways. It looks like maybe develop a little bit further north with the way they circled this box. So again, we'll just kind of watch things here. I know when they're more certain about a tornado watch, they'll go with a red circle. This blue is more maybe going to be severe thunderstorm watch, but you never know in this case. Could be either one. So we'll watch that, but that's still a ways away. Sometimes you get stuff to develop back out west, and that'll be an issue later on Again, a little bit of weak rotation on Jasper. If we had the other radar, we'd probably be able to tell a lot better one way or the other. That's, again, kind of hard to say. I know there may be some hail in here around Jasper as well. Again, just watching the situation develop. That's right around County Road 6, US 41. Again, just checking here. Again, this is right on that border between Florida and Georgia at this point, as things do develop here. Again, a little bit of South Georgia still included here in this polygon, but the transition of the threats more toward Florida at this point. So, again, that's kind of the storyline right now. We're just going to keep looking here, keep watching minute by minute. I'll go ahead and zoom back in. Again, there may be more to this than what it looks like, or it may be getting overdone by the Doppler. Let's take Tallahassee. Again, I wish the other radar was available because that'd be what we need to use really for this area. That's what we're accustomed to using. But again, you can see here, this is somewhere only 30 or 40 in that mode with the wind. So you just, again, never know here exactly what's going on down toward the surface in that area. I know you see all that lightning though, so whenever thunder roars, you want to be indoors really. I mean, certainly don't want to be outside, and the worst place you could be is under a tree outside when there's lightning, because that's a tall object, and then lightning strikes that, and it may end up impacting you in a very severe way. It could even be deadly. So, again, just whenever thunder roars, go indoors. Okay, the warnings have been updated. They've canceled out Echoes in Georgia, now has the Office of Weather Service in Jacksonville, but they're continuing to warning for Columbia and Hamilton in Florida. So again, that's kind of the storyline right there. Kind of giving you guys the very latest on what's going on. Just trying to update you guys here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Hamilton and Columbia, but Echo's no longer in this. So the latest details from the Weather Service here. I'm kind of looking at things and kind of getting the latest updates on this warning. All the other warnings in the country right now, severe thunderstorm warning, they're in Texas, but this one's here in Florida. And it is for the area on Jasper at 5:43. A severe thunderstorm was located near Jasper, moving east about 35 miles an hour. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail, Jasper and Belmont. So again, I'm just going to continue to track things. This is east of Interstate 75 as we're looking at things. East of Interstate 75. With this, and now getting reports of, I know, record temperatures today. Some areas, Jacksonville, the airport at least, they got over to 96. That tied the old record of 96 back in 1962. So definitely telling that story about energy available and why, even though a lot of stuff was getting undercut, in the area that could kind of re-evolve here with the warmer air, might have an issue and with the in terms of posing some danger. And that's exactly what we're dealing with right now. So again, tracking all of this here. We're at 5:45 in the timeline right now. Again, not sure just how significant this is down toward the surface, and we may take a break here or just play it by ear in terms of having to come back on or not based on the extension of this, because this is going to be moving into a more rural area away from I-75. It gets pretty rural out here, to be quite honest, and it's not a guarantee this is actually producing. This is impacting County Road 6, however, but again, pretty rural. Seeing winds about 45 or 50 on radar, but again, it's hard to see exactly what maybe or may not be getting down to the surface. It looked as if we were seeing a little bit of opposing winds around Jasper. Again, the worst of this is kind of on the east side of town and starting to maybe get a little bit east here. As we're watching things develop, I know as we kind of look, it's pretty unpopulated for a while out here once it gets past Jasper. So that's something to kind of keep in mind with this overall situation here, with this overall scenario. Again, severe thunderstorm warning here in play. Just going to keep looking, going to keep tracking. Again, just watching things here. Again, not a tornado warning. It's not like we have to stick with this here, so we'll probably wrap it. And this is not like a considerable threat either, but may have had a little bit of damage around Jasper. Let me see. I was going to say give it one more radar scan, and I think I might have got it. I'm going to take Tallahassee's radar too, just to see what it's showing. As we kind of see, yeah, you can see that wind. It looks a little bit brighter on that, but it's looking high up, and it's moving east of Jasper now. So that's kind of the storyline there. By the way, another record, the award area is in terms of wind. 55-mile-an-hour gust from the northwest at Alma there. That was this afternoon. It broke the old record at 37 miles an hour in 2007 for the day. So, again, kind of interesting in that regard. This very well may get an extension in terms of needing another warning as that progresses here. But again, it's kind of moving. I mean, it's kind of moving more southeast than what the warning polygon might make you assume. But again, just kind of watching the progression here of things. I know we're just going to kind of see how the overall situation's going. See how the overall situation is evolving. Again, definitely intriguing here. Definitely an intriguing one. Again, worth following, worth tracking. So, severe thunderstorm warning continues. That looks like a little bit of hail. If you look here, this area right here on our correlation coefficient, let me check our times. Look like it could have been some hail in there. Not a guarantee. Not a guarantee, but looked like a little bit of something there maybe in our product. Didn't look like a debris signature or anything like that. It may not have been anything, but definitely that risk for quarter-sized hail does continue, but that'd be more east of Jasper now. So it's kind of something to keep in mind. I do have some population right here, so we gotta be careful when I say east of Jasper. We have, I mean, you see some more stuff showing up here in our topography, so still a little bit being impacted out here with winds 40, 50, maybe a little bit higher. So they may issue a new box that kind of goes more down here, and it may include some areas that just, you know, like Olustee, Winfield, we South Sea. But again, we're just gonna keep looking. 5,000 feet up, you see the wind. We just don't know exactly what's translating down toward the surface here, in toward this area. So we took comparative numbers here in the state of Florida. So 135 customers so far out in Hamilton County. That definitely could go up as we get more information in. So again, that's something we'll continue to watch. We'll continue to track here. Again, just trying to let you know what we're dealing with. So we're just tracking here. There's the progression of everything. Again, we're monitoring everything here as we need to. Just going through some details here. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. Yeah, some of the worst of this kind of getting out of the box. So we'll see if they issue a warning or not. Another one. May just keep it here since we're so close to a decision needing to be made versus jumping off and then maybe having to jump back on for this, because the warning only technically goes to 6 anyway, so that's something to kind of keep in mind. Definitely something to kind of keep in mind here. I'm just trying to give you the updates here as warranted. Again, you see quite a bit of brightness here. That's actually picking up. So this may actually be intensifying now as it hits some of that warmer air. Maybe trying to push to warmer air a little bit. That might help with the strengthening. I know there's a new significant weather advisory coming out for parts of Baker, Clay, Duval, and Charlton. 40-mile-an-hour winds until about 6:30. So that's something to kind of keep in mind. Definitely something to keep in mind. As we move back toward the west. Again, just tracking it here. I'll go ahead and zoom back out. Again, looks like the storm is pretty strong in there. This is about 4,000, 5,000 feet. Let's go to Tallahassee's radar, 8,000 feet. So again, just going to continue to watch. Going to continue to track. Again, there's your new box for the advisory further over. That's more about accidents that read into this. I mean, you have the strong thunderstorm activity, but really it's going to be more about the outflow causing the gusts to about 40 miles an hour or so. So that's kind of the storyline there. And then as we move back west, it looks like, okay, they're going to go with an advisory instead of a warning now. Looks like northeastern Swanee, central Columbia, and southeastern Hamilton through 6:45. So 55-mile-an-hour winds a possibility. So just under severe limits, and it hailed about a half inch. So maybe even though it's pretty raw out there, must not be thinking this is really getting down to the surface enough to keep the warning going. Maybe not getting enough reports here. I mean, we'll see if we get some information coming in here over the next little bit. But if we need to break back in, we will. But since it looks like they're replacing a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment anyway, with a significant weather advisory, we'll just go ahead and go back to the radar stream here and leave that running in just a moment. Real quick, I will mention, I just saw this pop up. There's a confirmed tornado in Texas now. This just popped up a really large hail potential there, it would seem. But besides that, we're talking about Delta and Lamar counties, a damaging tornado based on weather spotter reports, and then hail up to 2 inches is what they're going with. So that's the tornado in East Texas. It would seem Delta and Lamar counties. You see by the Fort Worth office. I mean, it's kind of East Texas, kind of Northeast Texas, or you could call North Central Texas. But that's kind of the storyline there right now as the situation does evolve. So that's something that's kind of being monitored out that way. Again, there's our warning, but even though, I mean, we are seeing higher velocities in here, may not be quite reaching is what they're thinking. That means to me anyway, that mission advisory here. 50-mile-an-hour winds or so right there north. It looks like of some of these different communities here around US 41. So we're gonna watch things here. If we need to pop back in, we will. We'll leave the radar up. Let me go ahead and get that loop here going for everybody. And we still have the tornado watch. That's if I thought the morning's about to go away, it looks like for now. But we're going to be on top of things here. And as the situation does warm, we'll break back into the stream. We're not going to be doing half-hour cut-ins right now. I don't think we need to do that. But I mean, if for some reason that starts to become warranted again, we always can here. And it might be something we have to do tomorrow. We shall see. But we'll be on top of it. For now, thanks so much for tuning in, trusting me. We'll go ahead and get over here back to that radar stream as we go ahead and say things. I know, just watch the progression. I'll move this map up just a little bit here so we can kind of see even a little bit more, just so we can see how things were progressing earlier, further up toward the north here. So again, we're just gonna keep on watching the progression of things. That's if it's morning should be hopefully about to go away, but they may still reissue. If they do, we'll pop back and let you know more. But otherwise, just continue to watch things here with this radar stream. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 6:18, tracking a new severe thunderstorm warning now toward parts of Columbia County here. We have a storm that has rotation too at this point, it would look like, at least from the Jacksonville radar, so this may get upgraded to a tornado warning if we're not careful here. I know the Jacksonville office decided to go ahead and just get rid of the tornado watch for Duval and Nashville. They're hitting the tornado watch down in here. They decided they could have done, I know, a local extensive, but they decided not to on this. It just all of a sudden started rotating. It didn't look like this too much here a little while ago. There's a little bit of weak rotation. I mean, the last couple still, they're not just your tornado warning on that, I think, guys. I mean, that's a little displaced. That's the only thing about it. Let me make sure I'm looking at the times right here, because there may be a little bit of displacement. That's 6:18 right in there. And 6:17. I think that's enough for a tornado warning. It's not in a perfect area for it, but it's right there near the interstate I-10. So let me go ahead and see if we can get some traffic cameras up now. Let's see if we can catch this, if there is a tornado that's about to drop out of this storm. I know, I wish we had the Moody radar, but it's down right now. So that would really help us to know if it's as bad as it looks here, or if it's just kind of overdoing it a little bit on the Doppler technology, because that looks really impressive right there north of I-10. So I need to look just these 5 points here, see if I can get a camera pointing north on this. That could help us out in this type of scenario. Again, let me go ahead and see what we have here. I'm just seeing if there's anything. It's hard to tell exactly on some of these, but that one's pointing east, okay. Some of these don't say, but if I kind of had an idea, that's southeast. But that circulation has gotten even tighter now on other systems here behind the scenes as well. So this is kind of a tricky spot for the Weather Service, but I would think they'd probably go with a tornado warning here in very short order. I'm just checking everything to make sure they don't issue this. Honestly, a little surprising to see this tighten up like it has here right during that 6 p.m. hour. So, okay, I do have a camera off to the north and west. I don't know if it's going to show too much, but it does show wind kind of picking up here. So we'll pop it up for a second on the Florida 5-1 perspective here. We're going to go ahead and try to pull that on up. And try to give you guys an idea of what's going on. See exactly what is developing here, how things are evolving. And it's just, I mean, it's just kind of breezy right now. You can't really tell a lot. So, I know gust reported towards Swanee County, 51 miles an hour there at the I-10 rest area around 6 o'clock. There's a 42-mile-an-hour gust earlier in Camden County on I-95 and that area at the Camden Welcome Center, and a 41-mile-an-hour gust around Yulee a little earlier as well. But again, this is showing some rotation here. So again, maybe they just don't think it's quite getting down there. It would have just crossed the interstate in there if it is trying to get down toward the surface. But I'm at least surprised they haven't added a tornado possible tag, but they may just jump straight to tornado warning here on this. Again, we're watching this very carefully in the Weather Center live right now on all the different platforms, trying to keep you, your friends, and your family safe and informed. I know as we go to rotation tracker, you can see it is showing, and this is from a couple minutes ago. It takes a couple minutes to calculate the rotation versus the raw data you were just seeing. But it was showing north of I-10, but it's probably just gotten just south of I-10 at this point. So, again, a tornado warning in effect here. I mean, excuse me, it's a thunderstorm warning in effect, but we may very well get a tornado warning on this. So again, some really tight rotation there, gate to gate. Again, just watching the situation here as it does develop. I know. Just going through everything here. I'm going to go ahead and keep looking. The severe thunderstorm warning is in play here. So 6:45. So let's just go on the information on that right now with this discrete storm. So at 6:15, the severe thunderstorm is located near Swanee Valley, or 7 miles east of White Springs, moving east at 40 miles an hour Lake City, Sanderson, 5 Points, Watertown, Winfield, and Olustee under this warning here. Again, trying to give you the latest. Trying to give you the latest updates here. Trying to give you the latest details to protect you, your friends, your family. Again, you can see that C-shape there, that hook on the storm. The rotation looks just a tad weaker on that latest scan. As I back it up, you can see it was a little bit tighter a moment ago, but it's generally headed the way it's kind of evolved on its own is pretty interesting. And because earlier it was not that organized, it was more of a linear segment there, as it was further up when we were on a little while ago having it covered this, and it became a lot more discreet here in nature. So again, it's still rotation west of Olustee. We have to watch that, obviously, still, just to kind of see how things could develop. I know we're just going to watch the movement of this. That's rotation tracker for you. Latest rotation scan, not quite as strong, but still pretty strong. I mean, if that were to hold together and the movement is kind of erratic, but that could be something to watch in the Union County, but then maybe even in the Bradford County later on. It's not out of the question. Let me go ahead and look at STP. These values aren't all that high, thankfully. Pretty low, but supercell composite is there, and this is by itself, and it's able to take advantage of a lot of this energy, so still kind of able to rotate a little bit here in this type of setup. So again, on right now, let me go ahead and see some other modes here. Again, you can see that red dot wind going away from the radar site there at Jacksonville. Green going toward that radar site. So again, we're watching toward Olustee here. A lot of inflow in there. Don't think that's debris at this point. It looks more like inflow. But again, just continuing to watch all the different scans here. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning here in play until about 6:45. It's a pretty raw area other than Olustee and then the interstate, of course, which that circulation seems to have just passed over. Hopefully it wasn't anything actually touching the ground here. But again, just continuing to watch it. Continue to keep you updated. That's rotation tracker there. And looking at some other information. Okay, we're watching some other storms toward the east here too. I know, just kind of watching the latest developments. Strong thunderstorm there, parts of Duval and St. John's. There's 7 o'clock. We'll watch that here. And as you look further on over, that looks like a little bit tighter rotation again. I know, thunderstorm gust to 47 in Lake City area, Columbia, Lake DeSoto area. That's kind of storyline there. And we also just had a tornado watch canceled for some more areas in Georgia, but they're still continuing it for others there, like around Thomas County. As we continue here, just trying to get the latest updates, get you the latest details. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. So important to do this, that. Again, latest scan. Just kind of watching the different volume scans. We'll just watch toward the Lusty area. Depending on the progress of this, we'll see after it gets past the Lusty if we need to stick with this. If it's a tornado warning, we definitely will. But right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning here. That's a little weaker again. Definitely looks like it wants to go more south, which would pose an issue for Bradford County ultimately. We'll see how this holds together, but I mean, we'll be getting a little bit closer there. It won't be sunset yet, but a little bit closer to sunset at that point. Again, just continuing to watch the progression of it. I'm just making sure you're staying up to date. Again, seeing the temperatures. I know we're at 86 here east of Stark, so it's a little cooler than some of those readings we were seeing earlier on. They're continuing to warn, and they're not mentioning anything about a possible tornado right now. They just don't think it's as likely here. But at 6:29, a severe thunderstorm was located over Lusty, 10 miles east of Lake City, moving east at 35. But again, it's actually moving more southeast. But so Watertown, Sanderson, and Lusty here. That's kind of the latest. Again, you can kind of extrapolate that movement out. We're just going to keep looking. Again, severe thunderstorm warning toward the Lusty area. I know. It's going to keep watching the progress of this. Again, all that blue here is not like debris, it's inflow. Because this is a supercell. It's right now, it's probably not producing a tornado at the moment here, and it's not officially a tornado warning, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail a possibility. So, again, just continuing to track things. Continuing to monitor the scenario. Just checking. Going through some more details. Again, I'm just trying to let you guys know what's happening. Let me go ahead and keep looking. There's your shear rate. Definitely watching that. Definitely tracking that. I'm just going to try to keep giving you the latest here. It's always important trying to protect you, your friends, your family. The latest here on this at 6:29. It's a severe thunderstorm located over Lusty, 10 miles east of Lake City. Moving east, but again, it's really moving southeast here as we look at it, trying to move across parts of north central Florida. Again, watching the movement. I'm going to try to do a loop on this. There you go. Again, trying to watch the progression of things. You can obviously see that movement there. Still taking advantage of some of the warmer temperatures. Let me go ahead and turn off our wind numbers for a moment. I'll put on our temperature numbers. You can watch the progression of some of those. Kind of see how things have evolved. Temperatures here are still pretty warm. Able to fuel this here. Honestly, it looks like it wants to dive even more south there, like in the Union County as you look at the loop. So, interesting. Again, we're going to stay on top of this here. I'm going to keep giving you the updates as warranted, of course. We'll leave the stream going despite most of that tornado watch being whittled away. There's still a little bit of it actually to the north. That looks a little kind of more interesting in that scan. I was hoping this was kind of fading here. Goodness, that almost looks, I mean, it's not really aligning with radar. Now, maybe again, whether hesitating to go with a tornado warning. There's a little bit of displacement here, and we don't have the normal radar for this area. Moody radar is down right now, so that's making things a little bit more difficult. But again, just going to keep looking at things. I know you can't really see a lot of it yet, but I want to try to pull up some camera imagery here. Might be a little bit bright, but let's go ahead and pull up a look here. We're east of dark looking back toward the west. You can kind of see the dark skies there. Actually does a pretty good job in hindsight, but you can kind of see here some of the darker skies mixing on in as the evening starts to get a little bit later on within it. So again, we're just watching things here. It's a live look. Again, not exactly picking up on the storm still, but interesting nonetheless. Because it's not going to look right into it because of where we're at. But again, we're going to watch the progression of things here. So, again, this warning does continue. Severe thunderstorm warning in parts of Baker County, southwestern Baker County here. Definitely some stronger winds toward the Olustee area. And we could see an extension of the warning further into Union and maybe even into Bradford County here, where we're at, just the next little bit. Okay, we just got an advisory. I want to see if this is sprout flow or let's see the explanation on this advisory here. Let me kind of look through it. So they're saying they're tracking strong thunderstorms from Lauraville to Ponte Vedra Beach, movement with southeast at 20 miles an hour. So they're saying more wind gusts around 40. So interesting here. I'm not sure if that's exactly including that severe thunderstorm warning or not. Sometime until it really pops up on the screen here, it's a little bit harder to tell. Okay, I got an actual image. They're just kind of going broad brush on all this now, which is interesting. But they still may add another warning. They can always add more warnings in here. I mean, that still looks suspicious. I mean, looking at another one of my modes here off camera. I mean, it's very interesting there. Maybe it's not quite getting down toward the surface in their estimation. I mean, it's a thunderstorm warning, but definitely some rotation still with that. So we're going to keep watching that. I know if we need to pop back in, we will. This is right there, south side of Olustee. It looks pretty wooded out there. I mean, Olustee even's pretty wooded, but you see a little bit more in town there on the geography. But the spin is down here. Again, we are looking up a little ways, but not that far away as we get into Baker County like we were in some of the other areas because the other radar being down. So it's a little displaced still. That maybe again why they don't think it's all getting down to the surface, but we're going to keep our eyes on it. If we need to pop back in, we will. I'm going to leave the radar up. Well, I think we'll just go ahead. Let's see here. I know we have the tornado watch, but right now this is the focal point of everything. So let me just go ahead and turn the temperatures off. We'll put the wind numbers on. We'll zoom back in a little bit in here. And we'll kind of keep this up on the screen. I'll put the tracks on here. And we'll break back in if it is necessary here. So just keep it tuned to cloud weather. We'll keep you guys up to date.